Yes, Bonnie. Okay. I think I normally just use this one. Yeah, the other one I just share with the students, isn't it? Okay. You'll alert me if they start joining. Yeah, I've already shared with them. Okay. Mm, okay. It's not yet 11. Wacha ifika 11 tuone. Sawa. Okay. Let me call the class rep.
Hello? Lini haijafika? Kwa PSY 311 book. Wacha nione.
Hello. Ndio wameanza kuingia, walikuwa wamesema wajaona link. Wacha tugoje. Tulikuwa tumeweka tuweke 5 or 10. We give them 5 minutes. 10. We can give them 10 minutes. Or, or, or we do 1 minute per question. Then let us put it at 15 minutes. Okay. Bonnie, how many have joined? Mhm. So I think we can start even with 100. That is a very small number. Mm. Mi nitaanza tu akifika 100. Mm. Is it visible? Bonnie? Inaonekana? Yes. Bonita, how many? I think we can start. Yeah, I think I can start. I hope you'll be able to, if maybe some of them are not getting me and they're communicating, kindly alert me so that I adjust if they are not getting me. Oh, okay. So good morning. I want us to begin our class today for PSY 3110. And maybe before I start off with my class, I want to make an official announcement now that most of you have not yet joined, but it's good to let them know that there is a cut today. There is a cut today scheduled at 5 to 6 in the evening. So I'm expecting everybody to attempt the cut and submit. As I had communicated earlier, make sure you have good internet before you start the cut, because you have been given just one attempt. So that is what will happen today. So that I'm expecting that I'll be monitoring as you'll be doing the cut. So I want us to start with our today's lecture today. Today I'm supposed to look at emotional development. And maybe as you've seen, emotional development is our topic number 5. Our topic number 4, as per our course outline, is moral development. And I'll not take you through moral development because if you visit your portal, your e-learning portal in this particular course, you'll find that I did some video for that topic. So I'll want you to go and click on the video, read. Then there's also a link that I've put there that will help you understand issues on moral development and the importance of moral development in the teaching learning situation. So that one, kindly make sure you click on the video, you watch, then also click on the link and download some notes that have been uploaded there for you to read. So today I want to take you through emotional development. Emotional development is also a very, very important aspect in human growth and development. So maybe a question that we may ask ourselves is, what is emotional development? It's a process just like any other aspect of development. It's a process of learning to experience, understand, express, and manage one's emotions. So when we talk of emotional development, we are referring to that process of learning, the way we experience, the way we understand, express, and manage our own emotions. So this stage of development begins in infancy and continues throughout life. It involves recognizing feelings in oneself and others, developing emotional awareness and literacy, and building emotional competence to interact with the world effectively. So this growth is heavily influenced by various factors like genetics, cognition, relationships, and environment. So emotional development deals with one's feelings, experiences, awareness, and also understanding yourself and also understanding other people. So we are talking of understanding self as a teacher, then understanding other people who can be your students or your learners in class, who can be your colleagues in a working environment or in the staff room, who can be your leaders. Those are the managers of the schools and so on. So as a human being, it's important for one to have that capability of understanding his own emotions and understanding the emotions of others. Why is it important to do that? So that you can effectively interact with others and also with the world effectively. So we have some key aspects of emotional development. Key aspects of emotional development. Of course, we have talked of experiencing emotions. That is recognizing and feeling a range of emotions from basic ones like joy and fear to more complex ones. Then number two, another aspect is expressing emotions. Apart from experiencing emotions, you can also express emotions. This one deals with communicating feelings through a variety of means, which can either be through crying, cooing, and eventually maybe more complex emotions like verbal communication and nonverbal expressions. So we express emotions in different ways. At infancy stage of development, for example, children can express emotions by crying. When a child cries, then you'll know that there's something that maybe is lacking or the child needs to be attended to for a particular need or for a particular emotion. Then those are the most simple expressions, and even cooing and so on, even babbling and so on. But you also have the most complex ones like verbal communication and nonverbal communication or expressions. Then another aspect that we expect in emotions is understanding emotions. Understanding emotions deals with learning to label emotions, recognize them in others, and understand that people can have different emotional responses to the same situation. So apart from experiencing emotions, apart from expressing emotions, we also need to understand emotions. Understanding how to label emotions. We can say maybe so and so, teacher so and so is happy today, teacher so and so is not happy or is moody today. And there must be reasons as to why these emotions are there. So labeling emotions can be done after maybe some observations, after some expressions. Maybe you're communicating with somebody and is not able to respond back or give feedback, then definitely you realize that maybe he is not emotionally stable. So this one becomes also a very important key in understanding emotional development. Then we also have managing emotions. Apart from understanding, we have managing emotions. This one deals with that ability, developing the ability to regulate emotional responses, cope with strong feelings, and adapt emotional expressions to different social contexts. So when a child is developing or any human being is developing, he also has to develop skills that will help him or her to manage his own emotions. And this also happens by regulating your own responses to different situations in the environment or with the people that you are interacting with in that particular environment. It also deals with coping with strong feelings. Sometimes when you have strong feelings, these feelings can either be negative feelings or positive feelings. So you also need to know or understand how to manage them. So when we are talking about aspects of emotional development, these are the very, very important aspects that we need to understand as teachers and ask ourselves simple questions. Do we understand our own emotions, or do we experience emotions? Do we express emotions? And are we able to understand other people's emotions? And lastly, are we able to manage our own emotions? So this is very important because the moment you are able to manage your own emotions, definitely you'll be able to manage emotions of your learners, control your class, and also be able to handle them effectively. Even at the staff room level, if you understand, if you have knowledge on emotional development, it will help you to regulate your own emotions during communication in a particular meeting so that you don't just communicate anyhowly. You communicate when you are required to do so, and even try to choose your words effectively so that you are communicating appropriately for a particular or in a particular context. So this one deals with some aspects of emotions. First of all, you must know how to manage yourself, manage your own emotions, manage the way you express your own emotions, and you also understand that as you are expressing yourself, other people also have emotions. So through your expressions, you should not hurt other people's emotions. So these aspects are very, very important for us to know as teachers. So what are the stages of emotional development? Of course, I've said at infancy stage, babies express emotions through crying and cooing and begin to recognize emotional cues from caregivers. They also develop attachment and social smiles. That is what takes place at infancy stage of development. They are able to respond to their caregivers either by smiling, by laughing, or maybe by crying, especially if there's a need they want to be attended to, they will always express that emotion through crying. Then at toddlerhood, children start labeling their emotions and begin to express basic emotions more intensely, sometimes leading to tantrums. They start to empathize with others and so on. So, as we had discussed earlier, in social development and other stages of development, children start labeling emotions or recognizing their own emotions and also recognizing other people's emotions. Of course, other people's emotions in this stage are like the emotions of their caregivers, parents, and also other siblings. So in this case, they also start learning to empathize with others and so on. So in the third stage of early middle childhood, in the third stage of early middle childhood, emotional regulations improve. Children develop more sophisticated social skills and their understanding of social rules and other people's emotions also grow. So this means that as they keep on growing, their skills also keep on improving. Their emotional understanding also keeps on improving. They start even experiencing or portraying some sophisticated skills in their communication with other people. In this kind of situation, they also understand some rules, as I told you earlier, when to respond to certain emotional situations and when not to respond. And if they have to respond, they can choose. In this stage, they can choose to respond positively or they can choose to respond negatively. Then in adolescence, emotional capacity continues to develop. Emotional capacity continues to develop with adolescents navigating a more complex range of emotions and refining their ability to regulate them in different situations. Remember, it's in adolescent stage that children learn even to communicate effectively their feelings. And this is where we have normally some crisis conflicts arising because they start identifying and recognizing their own emotions, and they're able to communicate these emotions without fear. So it's in this stage that they also learn to navigate through complex emotions, and they also want to refine them. They want to be independent and regulate their own emotions. Then, of course, from adolescence, it goes up to adulthood, early adulthood, and late adulthood development. So, in this kind of development, remember we are saying that emotions develop throughout life. Human beings have emotions throughout life, and they respond to different situations differently throughout life, depending on how they've acquired the competency skills that will help them manage these particular emotions. So in our teaching learning situation, you will discover that mostly we deal with adolescents, and it's important for us to understand that this is a stage where children are still developing their emotional capacities, and therefore we need to handle them with care. This is the time when they want to understand or formulate their own philosophies. This is the time when they're very, very inquisitive and curious to explore their own emotional discoveries and so on. So, as teachers, it's important for us to have this knowledge so that it helps us to know exactly what the adolescents are going through when it comes to emotional development. And it's always important for us to note that always human beings have emotions. Just as we have emotions or we are emotional, they are also emotional. So this information will help us to handle them with care and understanding. And if possible, do more research on how we can strategize ourselves in handling our learners effectively. So what are different types of emotions? Types of emotions, of course, we have the most basic emotions. Remember, I've talked of basic emotions and complex emotions. So the most basic emotions are happiness. This can be seen in a child when he's feeling, he has a feeling of joy, pleasure, and contentment. Sadness happens when a child has a feeling of unhappiness, sorrow, and grief. Then anger is a feeling of frustration, disappointment, or hurt. Then we have fear, a feeling of worry, nervousness, and uneasy caused by either a perceived threat and so on, or maybe negative attitude, generalized attitude, and so on. Then we have sunrise, disgust, acceptance, and anticipation. So these are some of the types of emotions that we may identify amongst our learners, even in ourselves. Remember, I've always said that before you start identifying or recognizing emotions in your learners, first of all, you must recognize your own emotions. You must be able to understand when you are happy, when you are angry, when you have some fear. You must find out what is leading to those types of emotions. If you are happy, then you must know what is making you happy and how to control your happiness or manage your happiness. If you are angry, the same. If you are sad, the same. Then from there, you can be able now to extend to your learners. When do you strive to make your learners happy? And when do you strive to help them improve from their situation of sadness to make them happy? So those are questions we need to ask ourselves as we learn about emotional development. So we have other emotional states. We have other emotional states and categories. Of course, they might look a bit complex. We have excitement. Then we have confusion, hostility, passion, envy, and jealousy. So these are also other types of emotions or emotional states that are important for us teachers to understand. So apart from being happy, we also have excitement. We also have confusion. Remember, we have been talking about conflicts amongst adolescents. Remember, we talked about confusion, inferiority versus confusion, and so on. So these are some of the emotional states that we also need to understand, where maybe children are not clear of their own emotional states, they are not clear of what they want, whether they are happy or not, they are unable to think clearly and maybe get appropriate decisions. Hostility is a strong feeling of antagonism, often stemming from anger. Sometimes when people are hostile, you cannot become hostile until you are angry. So it's a situation that escalates from anger to hostility. So it's important for us also to be able to identify such kind of emotions in our learners. First of all, before we reach this stage of hostility, we need also to be able to identify when our learners are angry and see how we can be able to manage them at that lower stage so that we prevent them reaching this state of hostility. Then we have passion, envy, and jealousy. So these are the types of emotions that we might recognize or identify amongst our learners. And the most important thing is just not identifying, but being able to help our learners manage their emotions with the purpose of enhancing learning, with the main purpose of enhancing learning. And as I've said earlier, you cannot help them manage their own emotions if you, as a teacher, cannot manage your own emotions. So that's why actually we are learning about this information. So, what do you think are the factors that affect emotional development? Factors that influence emotional development. So, we have biological factors. These are inherent to the child and influence how easily they experience and regulate emotions. Under the biological factors, we have genetical factors, we have brain development. Genetical factors, these are factors that are innate, they are inheritable, they are inherited from the parents. And these factors can easily influence emotional reactivity and self regulation. For example, temperaments, e.g., easy, difficult, slow to warm, and so on. There are people who are very slow to anger, others are very fast to anger, others don't get angry very fast. All this is dependent on the genetical factors. Then we have under biological factors, we also have brain development, maturation of the limbic system, and prefrontal cortex affects emotional expression and control. Remember, in our physical development aspect of development, there's something I tackled on brain development. And remember, we have always said that development is always dependent on maturation. As our brain develops or the brain of a child develops, they also develop in their emotional control and emotional expressions. There are parts of the brain that normally deal with this function, so they can easily control or influence emotional development. So under the same genetical factors, we have hormonal influence. Hormonal influence, these are changes during puberty or stress that affect moods and emotional responses. Sometimes when we are handling learners in class and they have what we call mood swings, they keep on changing their moods. You don't know when they're happy, when they'll be angry, and so on. So these are factors that are influenced biologically or influenced by the genetical factors of the child. The hormonal influences, they determine the moods of a child, of a person, and also determine the emotional responses. So it's important for us to know that. The health status also comes under the biological factors. Health status of a child, of a person, for example, chronic illnesses or disability. So chronic illnesses or disability can increase emotional stress or dependency. So it's important for us to also handle, sorry, it's important also for us to understand it's important also for us to understand the health condition or status of an individual who can be our learner, who can be our colleague, or even our manager. So remember, we are saying that we do this so that we can effectively interact with the world around us. So, how do we interact effectively with the world around us? So, we can do that by observing the health status of an individual because it can increase in emotional stress. This is very important so that if we are trying to manage, for example, some stress levels of our learners, it's good for us to go back into their health conditions because those conditions can also increase their emotional stress. This can also happen even to us teachers. Sometimes when we find we are highly stressed, it's good to find out why. or the reasons that are leading to this emotional stress. So, of course, it will help us overcome or see how to manage these levels. So, other factors that influence emotional development are family factors or family environment. So, the family is the primary context for emotional learning. The family is the primary context for emotional learning. So sometimes in any given emotional development or in any given development, the family contributes to it. For example, we looked at prenatal development, we looked at physical development, social development, emotional development, and others. So the family plays a role because it's the primary context for emotional learning. What do we mean by that? Any given learning starts from home. It starts from the family, and the family has a role to play in the learning process. For example, we have the parenting style. The parenting style influences the emotional development of a child. For example, if the family is warm, responsive, this kind of environment promotes secure and secure emotional development. The child feels secure in such kind of environment or if brought up in such kind of environment. When the environment is harsh or inconsistent, a parenting increases anxiety, fear, and anger. So parenting style is very, very important and it plays a role in emotional development. Then attachment quality. Secure attachment provides a foundation for emotional security. Secure attachment provides a foundation for emotional security and self-esteem. So if a child has a proper attachment with the parents, with the caregivers, and even with the siblings, it provides a very, very strong foundation for emotional security or for emotional development and development of self-esteem. Then under the family also, parental mental health. Parental mental health. These are issues to do with depression, stress, or anxiety. If we have these levels in caregivers, then it can disrupt emotional attainment. Family relationships also plays a very big role in emotional development. Family relationships, for example, children brought up in families full of conflicts, maybe in a family of divorce, meaning that maybe the child stays with one parent in the absence of the other parent. This can also influence emotional development of a child. In a domestic violence, where we have fighting taking place, instability, definitely it interferes with the emotional development of the child. Remember, we have looked at the different types of emotions. It can make maybe the child to be bitter, frustrated, and of course, this will lead to anger and hostility. So when you are handling children that are going through anger and hostility, it's important for us to find out about their family background. It's important for us to find out about their family backgrounds. Maybe they have issues with their family members. They are living in a hostile environment, so that we can provide counseling both to the child and to the parents. Then the factor number 3 is the social factor, social interactions and peer relationships. Interactions outside the home shape social emotional competence. We are now talking about interactions outside the home. They form or shape social emotional competence. So these interactions lead to supportive friendship, for example, which fosters empathy, cooperation, and conflict resolution. Bullying, rejection, or social isolation can lead to low self-esteem and emotional distress. So teachers and caregivers model emotional communication and regulation. So of course, when we are talking about social interaction, we are bringing in issues to do with the teacher, how we interact with our learners, and how best we can be able to do that. Because when we talk of social interaction outside family background, this can either be interaction in schools, interaction in the field, interaction with the teacher, and many others. So when we realize that children are still in their social uh, emotional development capacity, then as leaders, as teachers, we have a role to play. Then apart from social interaction and peer relationships, we have cultural factors. Cultural factors shapes beliefs about appropriate emotional expression. Sometimes the norms, the kind of norms that we have in society, norms around us, the cultural expectations that we have on gender roles, socialization practices that guide empathy, respect, and emotional vocabulary can always influence emotional development. So all these are factors. In any given culture, we have norms, we have rules, we have expectations, we have practices. So all these practices, all these three things can also influence our emotional development. Then we have socioeconomic factors. These are factors that influence emotional security, economic factors, that is. Economic factors, when we talk of economic factors, we are referring to the financial status of a family. Children coming from poor families, others come from middle level families, others come from highly economic families. So all these types of socioeconomic factors can influence emotional development of a child, which of course definitely will influence learning. So poverty, we have talked of poverty can increase stress. Poverty leads to insecurity. Poverty can also lead to exposure to diverse experiences or adverse experiences. Experiences, for example, like hurting, frustrating, or frustrations, and so on. Then availability of quality childcare and education supports emotional learning. And of course, this is found in middle level classes or high status families. So overcrowding, for example, can lead to food insecurity and lack of safety that will hinder emotional well-being. Overcrowding, maybe this is a family that is maybe poor, but with very many children staying in a poor environment that lacks provision for basic needs or physiological needs. Of course, this can also influence emotional well-being of a child. Life experiences. Life experiences can also be a factor, or trauma. Life experiences and trauma can be a factor that can influence negatively or positively to emotional development. So, positive and negative experiences have lasting emotional effects. Positive and negative experiences have lasting emotional effects. For example, positive experiences are experiences like praise. A child needs to be praised. Experiences like success, supportive caregiving foster confidence. This is positive experiences. An environment that provides an experience for children to be praised, to be accepted, to be loved, to be supported, and therefore lead to success in various developmental challenges that children face, can foster confidence in themselves, can provide security, supportive environment from parents, from caregivers, from other siblings can also lead to uh, the emotional competency skills development. So it can make the child develop those skills that will help him or her become more confident or have a very strong self-esteem and so on. So adverse childhood experiences, for example, abuse, neglect, loss, disaster exposure elevates emotional vulnerability. It elevates emotional vulnerability. This is the opposite of the first experiences that we have talked about. If the child experiences an abuse, abuse can either be a violence, a child labor, a lack of provision of basic needs, neglected by the parents. All these can lead to a negative emotional development. And that's what I'm referring to as emotional vulnerability. Then transitions and challenges. Transitions and challenges also come under experiences. Transitions and challenges, there are also factors under life experiences and trauma. Moving schools, loss of a loved one, illnesses affect adjustment. For example, when you move a child from one school to another every term or every year, it can lead to, it can affect their emotional adjustment. When a child maybe loses a beloved one can be a father, a mother, or a very close sister or relative or grandmother. All this can also affect the child's emotional stability. Even illnesses. A child who has been healthy maybe gets involved in an accident and maybe hurts his head, hurts his hand, leg, then becomes disabled, for example. Such challenges can also affect the child's adjustment to emotional management. So all these are very, very important factors that we need to know as teachers so that in case we are interacting with children, we can be able to tell which factor is influencing their negative emotions and how best can we handle these children as teachers. Then lastly, we have second last, that is, we have educational environment. Schools contribute to emotional skills development. Schools contribute to emotional skills development. For example, emotional support from teachers enhances self-regulation and resilience. School climate, safety, inclusivity affects emotional comfort. Availability of guidance and counseling services also supports coping skills. So the school environment or educational environment plays a very big role when it comes to development of a child. So in other words, we are saying that teachers have a role to play. So when we are talking of a safety environment, availability services for counseling or availability guidance and counseling services, all these services come from the teacher. And a safe environment, inclusive environment is created by the teacher. Emotional support is provided by the teacher. So this environment plays a very big role in the child's emotional development. Media and technology, of course, most of us are aware that media and technology has an influence on our personality development and hence emotion. And hence emotional development. Exposure to violent, frightening, or unrealistic content can influence our children's emotional security. Then social media also affects self-esteem, peer comparison, and emotional expressions. So all these can also lead to a negative effects of emotional development. Then personality and temperament. We have talked of personality and temperament being influenced by the biological factors, support systems, and community environment. Of course, this is now combining support system from the neighborhood, community, the school, and even the family. So this is the support system, safe neighborhoods, safe community cohesion, for example. Supportive adults around children can also influence their emotional development. So availability of extracurricular activities can promote social and emotional growth. So these are support systems that might be there for the children when they are developing. So of course, we are now combining the family, the school, and even the community at large. If children grow up in a community that is cohesive, a community that supports all children without discrimination, provides an environment for them to explore, then definitely it can influence positively on their emotional development. But if the community is opposite of this, then definitely it will lead to negative effects on uh, on emotional development. So what are emotional competency skills? Those are the factors we have been looking at, factors that influence emotional development. But now, when we talk of emotional development, what are the skills that we are really developing? what are emotional competency skills? Emotional competency skills are, for example, one, emotional awareness. Remember, we are going to maybe partly repeat what we looked at when I talked of the key aspects of emotional development. Emotional awareness, the ability to identify and name one's own emotions accurately. This is the ability to identify and name one's own emotions accurately. This one deals with recognizing feelings, as I said earlier. Feelings are things like sadness, anger, fear, joy, happiness, and so on. Understanding what triggers those emotions. For example, understanding why or what makes one happy and what makes one unhappy. Understanding what makes you have fear or become traumatic, and so on. Accepting and acknowledging emotions without denial. Once you understand yourself, you understand your emotions, you should be able to accept them. You should be able to accept them and say, this is me. I don't like this, I don't like this, but I like this and that. Accepting and acknowledging emotions without denial is what we are referring to as emotional awareness. You are aware of your own emotions. You can be able to state and say, I'm so and so, I like this and this and this and this, but I don't like this and this and this, acknowledging that. Then understanding one's own personality, strengths, weaknesses, values, and emotional patterns. It's important. Understanding how emotions influence behavior, how it incites into personal needs and triggers them, then how it also leads to self reflection and self acceptance. So, this is competency number one, self awareness or emotional awareness. That's the first competency skill that one has developed in life, whether a student, a teacher, a parent, or any adult or any human being must always understand his own feelings, identify them, and acknowledge them. Then, number two, we have emotional expression as a competency skill. Emotional expression. Remember, we talked about emotional expression as a very important aspect in emotions or in one's emotions or emotional development. We said expressions are deals with communication, having that ability to communicate your own emotions appropriately. So communication is done using words, tones, or body language. Remember, in the first aspect, I talked of verbal communication and nonverbal communication. So we can express our emotions verbally, we can express our emotions non-verbally. We can express them verbally or non-verbally. Of course, non-verbal is done through body language, facial expressions, body movement. All these are expressions of emotions. We can also tell somebody we are not happy with you. We are not happy with this action. We are not happy with this behavior. We are excited because of this and that and that. We are happy for your performance. For example, if your learners have performed well in your subject and you are happy, you can communicate and express to them that you are happy because they have performed well. So that is another competence that is very, very important. Then we have emotional regulation. Emotional regulation as another competence skill. Of course, the ability to manage and control emotional reactions. This is the ability to manage and control emotional reactions. Staying calm under stress, for example. Managing anger, frustrations, and anxiety. You can be in a situation where you're frustrated as a teacher, you're angry, but because you have emotional management skills or emotional regulation skills, you can regulate your own emotions. Of course, we can regulating our own emotions through using coping strategies, breathing in and out. When you are angry, it's important always to breathe in and out. We can also do that by use of problem-solving skills or delaying impulsive reactions. So emotional regulation is very, very important for human beings because it helps them to regulate and manage or control their own emotional reactions. Then we have empathy. Empathy is also another skill. Empathy is a very, very important competence skill. All of us understand what empathy is. I know this is not the first time you are coming across this word empathy. All of us have come across empathy. We know what empathy is. If we even know how to empathize with others. Of course, empathy is being able to understand and share feelings of others, recognizing other people's emotional states, and communicating it to them. That is empathy. It's a very important skill in life. It's a very important skill in the life of a teacher. You should be able to understand yourself and understand others. And of course, understanding others is being able to empathize with them. Recognizing other people's emotional states, of course, I've already said, responding sensitively and compassionately to others' emotional states is very, very important. Then another competence skill that is important for us in life is social skills. So last time we were talking about social skills. Uh, we should be able to socialize with others, interact with others, relate with others positively. So when we relate with others positively, it is a skill that is very, very important that can also help us manage our own emotional states. It's a skill. That's why we cannot talk about emotional development before and leave out social development, because they are normally called social emotional skills. So when we are expressing our emotions, when we are experiencing emotions, they either those experiences and expressions are being done in a particular context, in an interactive context that is. So if you are interacting with others, interacting with colleagues, interacting with learners, you have you must have developed those skills of social interaction. Social skills deal with communication skills, cooperative skills, teamwork, conflict resolution, assertiveness, and so on. So these are the skills that help us interact well with others. They will also help us enjoy our work as teachers, because without social skills, competency skills, you will not be able to manage your learners well. And the moment you have developed social skills and as a sign of competence, emotional competency skill, then definitely you will be able to enjoy your work, because whenever you are not able to do it, you'll cooperate with others, you'll consult from others, and at the end of the day, you'll never be wrong as a teacher. Then we have self-motivation skills, competency skills, self-motivation, competency skills. When you read other books, they'll talk about motivation skills. Of course, the ability to set goals, the ability to remain driven despite of challenges, the ability to remain positive in life, in your workplace, as a student, the ability to develop perseverance and resilience. These are very, very important skills under self-motivation. Of course, these are the skills that will lead to self-motivation, and we shall drive happiness or satisfaction in whatever we do. So, as a teacher, it's important always to be self-motivated. Whether you are in a very difficult environment, it's always good to give yourself hope. And how do you give yourself hope? You must always have goals that you have set in your life. You must set goals. You must always have a target. Say from this term one, I'll be able to cover this and this. Or as a student, I must be able to get, for example, a first class honors. If you don't get a first class honors and you have set yourself that goal, the only thing that will help you meet your goal is to remain self motivated, developing a very positive attitude, resilience, and so on. Relationship management, I've already talked about social skills. I don't need to repeat that. Stress management, of course, when we have negative emotions, it will always lead to stress or increase stress levels. So when stress levels are increased, definitely we shall develop negative emotions like unhappiness, maybe anger, maybe we become hostile, frustrated, and so on. So for us to manage our stress, we must have what we call stress management skills. So this is the ability to cope with pressure in healthy ways. The ability to cope with pressure in healthy ways. For example, relaxation strategies, time management, seeking support when needed, maintaining balance between work, school, and rest. So it's always good for us to develop that. So as a teacher, as a student, you must always have time to relax. And relaxation strategies or activities are many. You can use various strategies that will help you relax and move on instead instead of giving up when have some, when you're going through some challenges. So seeking support is also a way of managing your stress, maintaining balance between work and between work, school, and rest is very important. So you must always have a program for yourself, manage your time. There is time for work, there is time for school, there is time for rest, and there's always time for everything. So that's the only way you can manage your increased emotional levels. Then adaptability is also a competency skill. Adaptability, how would you adapt? Of course, challenges are normal. You'll always come across challenges. You'll always meet difficult situations in life. Generally, in life, you must always come across a situation that is so difficult that you cannot manage. But how do you get adapted, or how do you adapt yourself? You must always be flexible and emotionally resilient in changing situations, especially with the changing environments. It's important for us to be flexible, change programs. You might have set a goal, but you are not meeting that goal. How would you adapt? Or how do you change so that you can be able to meet whatever you are able to manage? So adaptability is very, very important. Adapt to the new situations. Situations change. Situations change. Therefore, you need also to change and adjust to the new environments. You might be taken to a school, for example, you have very high expectations. As a teacher, maybe after third year, you are going to be taken to school as a on school practice. You have very high expectations, and you reach there, the expectations are not as you expected. They are different. And these different situations are not positive, they are negative. So you must always know how to adapt to new situations. So this is a skill that will help you manage your emotions effectively. For example, adjusting to new environments, I've already said that. Managing uncertainty without panic, I've already mentioned. Staying emotionally balanced during transitions. And we have said that for you to stay emotionally balanced during transitions, you must be flexible and emotionally resilient in changing situations. So those are the skills. So those are the emotional competency skills that children develop that we need to interact with in our classes. And remember, I've always emphasized that this management of emotions, development of emotions, emotional resilience, adaptability skills, communication skills, all these start with the teacher so that you are able to create a positive environment for your learners. So why a teacher should have knowledge on emotional development? why a teacher should have knowledge on emotional development. Why do you think you must have knowledge on emotional development? I think I've been applying as I take you through the content. So this is a question that I expect you to answer. Why should you have knowledge on emotional development? So understanding emotional development is essential for teachers because emotions strongly influence how children learn. Emotions strongly influence how children learn, behave, and form relationships in schools. Understanding emotional development is essential for teachers because emotions strongly influence how children learn, behave, and form relationships in schools. So knowledge in this area enables teachers to create a supportive, effective, and inclusive learning environment. So key reasons include emotions affect learning and academic performance. I think I've already said. You can be able to explain how emotions affect learning and performance. So children learn best when they feel safe, motivated, and emotionally balanced. Anxiety, fear, frustrations, or low self esteem can block concentration and memory. So, understanding emotional development, therefore, helps the teacher to uh, identify when emotional distress is hindering a child's learning. So the moment you understand, you have this knowledge, it will help you identify children who are frustrated, who are suffering from anxiety, who have fear, who are not, who have a very low self-esteem, so that you can be able to help them improve in their concentrations. Of course, when they are in this situation, their concentration and memory processing gets interfered with. So as a teacher, this knowledge will help you identify this because you already know that these are factors that can influence emotional development negatively. And therefore, you strive to help the learners improve. It helps the teacher to manage classroom behavior. Managing classroom behavior, of course, many behavior problems are actually emotional issues. For example, when children are angry, they feel insecure, they feel unsafe, frustrated, definitely they might not learn well. So, with this information, it will help you to manage a classroom behavior. It will also help you to support the development of social emotional skills. It will help you to support the development of social emotional skills. So teachers play a key role in helping children learn empathy, self-control, cooperation, and conflict resolution. So teachers play a key role in helping children learn empathy, self-control, cooperation, and conflict resolution. So it also enhances the teacher-student relationships. It enhances teacher-student relationships. Remember, we have talked of social skills, interaction skills, communication skills, empathy. All these will help you create a positive relationship with your learners. This information also will help you to to identify emotional or mental health problems in learners in good time. And once you identify them, you'll help provide guidance and counseling, as we said earlier, providing guidance and counseling to them so that they overcome such situations. So it becomes very relevant to you as a teacher. Then it also facilitates inclusive education. It facilitates inclusive education. Uh, it provides inclusivity. You know, this will help you, the information you get here will help you create diversified methods of teaching that will cater for the interests of the learners whom you have already identified their emotions, and therefore enhance inclusivity in learning. So knowledge on emotional development helps the teacher to adapt lessons and interactions to support diverse needs, including learners with special education needs and so on. So this information will also help you promote a positive classroom climate. I've already talked about managing your classroom well. Remember, we said the environment is very important when it comes to emotional development, and it's also important when it comes to learning. So, with this knowledge, it will help you promote positive classroom climate, uh, emotionally aware teachers create classrooms where learners feel respected, understood, and valued. Of course, when you understand effectively the world of your client, you understand your own emotions, you can easily promote that positive environment with your learners. This information also helps strengthen communication with parents, especially when you identify learners who have domestic violence, for example, conflict, family conflicts with their parents. Of course, these conflicts will lead to unstable emotional situation of the child, which will interfere with their concentration in class. It will lead to neglect, for example, isolation, withdrawals, and so on. So, with this information, it will strengthen your communication skills so that you can bring in parents when you are providing guidance to your learners, and it will resolve this situation. Then it can also support effective guidance and counseling. I think I've already mentioned that by providing informal counseling to the learners when you identify uh, problems amongst them. Then lastly, it will prepare students to handle life challenges. On the side of the learners, you will prepare them to handle life challenges. You'll help them understand that challenges are there. They need to adapt. Remember, we talked about adaptability as a competency skill. You can also enhance this to the learners. Teach them how to become adaptable, how to adapt to new situations. Help them to be flexible. Help them to understand the changes that are taking place in society and changes that can interfere with their goal settings so that they readjust their goals to meet their needs. So with this information, you'll help them build resilience, you'll help them build self-regulation skills, you'll also help them build problem-solving skills. So through that preparation, they'll be able to handle life challenges effectively. So in other words, in summary, we are saying that a teacher should have knowledge of emotional development because it enhances teaching effectiveness, improves classroom management, supports learners' well-being, and promotes academic success. It also helps or enables early detection. It also helps early detection of emotional problems and helps create a nurturing, inclusive learning environment. That's how I can summarize. That's how I can summarize the importance of a teacher having knowledge on emotional development. So, importance of emotions in learning. I think it's the same question. The importance of emotions in learning. What is the importance of emotions in learning? It's almost the same question, but put in a different way. You know, these I was just making summaries, but I want you to download the notes and read the content on your own. So, what importance of emotions? I think this question is already answered. I don't need to repeat myself again. We have talked of emotions influence attention and concentration. Emotions influence attention and concentration. I think I'd already mentioned that. Emotions affect memory and information processing. Remember, I had said that when a child, for example, experiences stress and anxiety, it blocks their concentration and memory processes, therefore influencing negatively on the learning process. Emotions drive motivation. Emotions drive motivation, interest, enjoyment, and confidence, encourage persistence and effort. So it depends on which emotions. If they are positive emotions, then definitely they will lead to positive or self motivation. And remember, we said self motivation is a competency skill that one should have, whether the learner or the teacher. So when you are well competent, when you feel passionate in what you are doing, then definitely your self motivation skills will improve. And therefore, it will help the learner to forge on or to he will be re energized in whatever he's doing to enhance the learning process. Emotions will also emotions will also influence problem solving skills, as I've already mentioned. It will also shape behavior in classroom. It's all about classroom management. The moment the teacher is able to manage the classroom well, the learners will also be regulated emotionally, and even they will balance, they will follow the rules, classroom rules, and will be able to concentrate and listen. Emotions are also important in learning because they support social relationships. Remember, we have talked about social skills as a competency skill. Social interaction between the learner and the teacher will be enhanced when there's emotional stability. Of course, emotional stability will lead to empathy, will build trust, and will also build good relationships between the learner and the teacher. So emotions influence self-confidence and self-esteem. Remember, we have said that children brought up in a high self socioeconomic status type of family, children brought up in a family that is secure, that is stable, that has love, a family that provides acceptance, all this will lead to self-confidence and high self-esteem. So emotions affect decision making. There's a question I asked your colleagues last year. I think it is last year or last year, but one. I asked them how emotions can affect decision making. I asked them to discuss as a teacher how emotions will determine their decision making in a classroom, in a learning process. You can get such a question. How will your emotions determine your decision making as a teacher or as a person? Or how will it determine the learner's decision making process? So emotions affect decision making, either in a positive way or in a negative way. If they're well guided, if the emotions are good, if they're happy, they're joyful, if they're excited, they have passion in whatever they're doing, then definitely they will make good decisions with regard to learning. What are these type of decisions? Class attendance, for example. You find now we are in class. Some of us are attending the class, others are not attending class. Why do you think they're not attending class? That is lack of responsibility, lack of respect for self, lack of respect for university programs. These are things that deal with emotions. Maybe poor decision making, or maybe peer influence. They're being influenced by others, and so on. But a good student, a well-nurtured student, will always be in the right place at the right time, and you'll always reap what you sow. So those that are not attending class, they are not getting this information that I'm teaching, and definitely this is not found in the ERP system, because these are now the summary notes that I've prepared for the class. So the points I'm giving you, when you go to download the ERP content that I've put there, might not be there, because this is updated content. I keep on updating my notes. I keep on updating my content. I don't teach what I taught last year. I don't teach the same way, but I can give you the same notes, but explained differently. So for those of us who are attending class, you'll get a fashion, a very different fashion, a new fashion of emotional development, for example. While those ones who are just depending on downloading notes and reading might not get some of the points that I'm giving you. So with this information, it will help you be an effective teacher, a teacher who knows how to make decisions, a teacher who will help your learners to set goals, come up with the best strategies of conflict resolution, or the best strategies on self-regulation or emotional management, and so on. So all these are very, very important for the learning. Emotions, therefore, are very, very important in a learning environment or situation. Positive emotional climate improves academic achievement. Positive emotional climate improves academic achievement. Supportive environment, remember we have talked about supportive environment, we have talked about supportive teachers, supportive learners. All these will create an environment that is conducive and therefore influence a positive achievements. Emotions support growth, resilience, and adaptation. Emotions support growth, resilience, and adaptation. So, learning involves challenges, as I said earlier. It has setbacks, but with the emotionally strong learners, recover from failure, persevere, and develop resilience. Sometimes you might not do very well in one thing or in a thing, but because of the emotional growth or emotional support, you develop resilience, you develop adaptation. Remember, we said resilience and adaptation is a competency skill. So, with this information, it supports even the learners, it supports the teachers, so that we develop those resilience skills. So these are some of the points. Of course, some are repeated, some are not repeated. The importance of emotions in learning. This one is a general way of looking at learning and emotions. Then we have also looked at emotions and the teacher and the teaching learning process and so on. So in summary, we are saying that emotions are essential. Emotional development is essential in learning because they influence attention, memory, motivation, behavior, problem solving skills, social interaction skills, resilience, and academic achievement. So, a positive emotional environment enables learners to thrive both academically and personally. It helps learners to thrive both academically and personally. So, what do you think are the causes of emotional disturbance? What do you think are the causes of emotional disturbance? I hope you are aware that we normally have emotional disturbances. We call them emotional behavioral disturbances or difficulties. There are times when, as a human being, you get disturbed. As a teacher, as a learner, you get disturbed. What do you think are the causes for this disturbance? Of course, when we talk of emotional disturbance, we are referring to those patterns of emotional and behavioral difficulties that negatively affect a person's ability to learn. So these are difficulties that affect a person's ability to learn, form relationships, or cope with the daily life challenges. Of course, the causes of these disturbances can either be biological causes, as I said earlier, they can be family related causes, social and peer related causes, school related causes, traumatic experiences. Of course, remember we talked about experiences and trauma as a factor that influences emotional development. Socioeconomic causes. Remember we talked about socioeconomic status of a person. We also discussed something on cultural and environmental factors. These can also influence um they can also influence emotional disturbance or lead to behavioral difficulties. And lastly, we have personality and temperament causes. So all these can influence emotional disturbance. So this is what I had prepared for this particular topic. So I want you to support it with the content that has been uploaded in the e-learning portal so that you get to understand more about emotional development. So in the e-learning portal, you'll get issues to do with the theories. I've not tackled theories here because this is just a summary of the emotional development. So with the theories, you'll be able to understand more who developed which theory about emotional development. And like, for example, there's something on Coleman. Coleman has developed some theories on emotional development. He has come up with the emotional competency skills. I want you to go through them. Of course, they're almost the same as what we have discussed. He came up with emotional awareness, social interaction. He talked about motivation. He talked about emotional awareness, communication, and so on. So I want you to support this information with what is in the, yeah, this information that I've given you here is only supporting what has been uploaded in the e-learning portal. So I hope as we have been discussing, you have been making some summaries that will help you uh, during your own free time. So up to that point, I think I've come to the end of this particular topic. I want us, I want us to have a break. I want us to have a break of at least 10 minutes. Then we continue with the next topic on language development. So kindly let us have a break, just a brief break. Don't leave the class. Just have a break of maybe you can discuss on these issues that we have been discussing. Just have a very short break of 10 minutes. Then we continue with the next uh, topic. Yes, Bonnie. Okay, you are back. Yeah, I've given them a break of 10 minutes so that I'm through with the first topic. So I want us to have a break of 10 minutes, then we come back for the next topic. I hope we have 241 only. It's okay. Those ones who are not attending class, they know why. Yeah, everybody has come here for a purpose. Yeah, so let's teach those ones who are committed. And we are hoping they're interacting with the content and they'll be able to sit to do the cut. Mm. Yes, 5 to 6. Yeah, I've communicated to them that the cut is compulsory. Cut is compulsory. So if somebody does not do the cut, he should not come looking for marks. This is an opportunity that has been given to all of them, and they have to do the cut. If they don't, they have their own reasons. Mm.
Halo Boni. Halo. Niangalie wamebaki ni wako wangapi hapo ndani, nataka niendelee. I'd only given them 10 minutes. Halo Boni. Yeah, how many are back? I want to continue. Mm. Awarudi. Ama naweza waache wa discuss if there are few. What? Only 77. Mm. Are they saying anything on the chats? Seven are few. Maybe I can stop there. I can tell them to quit so that they can discuss this topic in their groups. Can I give them maybe 10 minutes? Maybe they'll be coming back. I give them not 10, 5 minutes. If the number does not increase, then I can let them discuss this topic in their groups. Uh-huh. Okay. 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 Mm. Okay. Yeah, they'll come in. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for those that have already come in. I'm hoping that others are still joining us so that we continue. So I want us to continue with our next topic, which is on language development. A language is very, very important and it's very key when it comes to communication. That's why it's important for teachers to understand how language develops in children, and also to have knowledge on maybe some language disabilities and how these problems can interfere with the learning, and how best the teacher can help learners with these problems to improve. So at the end of this particular topic, we want to understand what is language development, understand some theories of language development, which I might not take you through step by step because I know I've already uploaded this content for us to download and read. So we want to, first of all, what I want to do in this particular class is to enable us understand what is language development. Then to help you understand different perspectives of language development from different theorists. Then the factors that influence language development. Then why a teacher should have knowledge on language development. Those are the areas that I want us to focus on here in this particular topic. So what is language development? This is a process. This is a process starting in human life. It's a process that starts from infant stage of development, where we understand that at birth, children have no language. But at infancy stage of development, they start developing language. So we want to understand that that children are born without language. But at birth, they start learning how to communicate with their caregivers. They also start learning how to communicate with their parents. They start learning how to communicate with their siblings. And then step by step, they now develop speech. So I've said that language development is a process starting early in human life. Infants start without language, yet by 4 months of age, they can discriminate speech sounds and engage in babbling. Some research has shown that the earliest learning begins in utero when the fetus starts to recognize the sounds and speech patterns of their mothers. So usually, it is believed, according to the research that has been done, has been proved, that children start discriminating their parents, their mother's voice, even before birth. But as I've said earlier, productive language is considered to begin with a stage of preverbal communication in which infants use gestures and vocalizations to make their intents known to others. Remember, as we have been talking about emotional development, we said that children at birth, they might not communicate their emotions using words or speech, but they can communicate through experiences in their emotions. For example, through crying, through cooing, through nonverbal communication, hand movement, leg movement, head movement. You can be able to understand that there is something they're communicating. So that's what I'm referring to as preverbal communication by use of gestures and vocalizations. So according to a general principle of development, new forms then take over old functions, so that children learn words to express the same communicative functions which they had already expressed by preverbal means. So what I mean here is that when a child is developing language, where they start by preverbal communication skills and nonverbal communication. Of course, preverbal is what we refer to as nonverbal communication skills. Vocalization, vocalization means communication can take place through babbling, through sounds, producing sounds, and so on. So later on, this normally is overtaken by events. That's what I'm referring to as the old functions. Then they start now picking or learning some words to express their needs. Or functions, which they had already expressed by preverbal. So when we talk of language, language takes place through communication. Remember, we have said communication can either be through verbal communication or nonverbal communication. So the theoretical frameworks of language development, let us look at the theoretical frameworks of language development. So language development is thought to proceed by ordinary processes of learning in which children acquire the forms, meanings, and uses of words and utterances from the linguistic input. So the method in which we develop language skills is universal. However, the major debate is on how the rules of syntax are acquired. So what I mean in that statement is that all of us understand or develop language in the same way. So the way we develop language is universal across board. It doesn't matter whether one is from one culture, different cultures, different races or not. But language development takes place universally. where children start acquiring some ways of communicating their needs with their caregivers or with the people around them. So there are two major approaches to syntactic development. That is an empirist account by which children learn how syntactic roles from the linguistic input, and a nativist approach by which some principles of syntax are innate and are transmitted through human genome. So when we talk of empirists and nativists, these are different perspectives from different theoretical approaches that explain how language develops. So some believe that language development is innate and transmitted gradually to the human beings, while others believe that it is learned through the environment. So learning language takes place in an environment. So the nativist approach or theorists proposed by Noam Chomsky argues that language is a unique human accomplishment. Chomsky says that all children have what is called an innate language acquisition device. That is LAD, innate language acquisition device. Theoretically, the LAD is an area of the brain that has a set of universal syntactic rules for all languages. This device, therefore, according to Noam Chomsky, provides children with the ability to construct novel sentences using learned vocabulary. Chomsky claims is based upon the view that what children hear, their linguistic input, is insufficient to explain how they come to learn language. He says, therefore, that linguistic input from the environment is limited and full of errors. Therefore, nativists assume that it's impossible for children to learn linguistic information solely from their environment. However, because children possess this land, they are in fact able to learn language despite incomplete information from their environment. So this view has dominated linguistic theory for over 50 years and remains highly influential, as witnessed by the number of articles in journals and books. So I hope all of us understand what we mean. These are theories led by Norman Chomsky, who believe that language development takes place innately. You don't need somebody else to come and teach you about communicating. You don't need somebody else to come and interact with you to enhance your communication skills, according to them. You already have the language acquisition device that helps you acquire language as you develop, step by step as you develop. So that is what the Noam Chomsky theory or argument is all about. So the empirists on the other side, the empirist theorists on the other side suggest that there is enough information in the linguistic input children receive, and therefore there is no need to assume that an innate language acquisition device exists. So these ones therefore are emphasizing on the interactionist, the environment. They are emphasizing on the environment as an influence on language development. So language empirists believe that general brain processes are sufficient enough for language acquisition. So during this process, it is necessary for the child to be actively engaged. The key word there is actively engaged with their environment. So according to the empirists, they believe that for one to learn language, he must engage. He must actively engage with the people he or she is interacting with. While the nativists believe that you can learn language even without interacting with anybody in the environment, but by use of the language acquisition device, it will teach you how to acquire a language. While these ones believe that that is not enough. For you to learn language, you must interact with the environment, get some language input from the environment to help you acquire language. So according to them, according to the empirists, theorists, in order for a child to learn language, the parent or caregiver adopts a particular way of appropriately communicating with the child. And this is known as child-directed speech. CDS, child-directed speech. So child-directed speech is used so that children are given the necessary linguistic information needed for their language. So empiricism is a general approach and sometimes goes along with the interactionist approach. So the nativists believe in the LAD, while the empirists believe in the CDS, child-directed speech. Just as I've said earlier, the empirists, of course, are mostly related with the interactionists who believe in interacting with the environment for the child to be given the right words by the caregivers or parents to enable him acquire language. So the interactionist perspective consists of social interactionist theorists of language development. In such approaches, children learn language in the interactive and communicative context. Learning language forms for meaningful moves of communication. So I've already explained. They believe that children must be attentive to their caregivers, and caregivers must provide the forms of communication to allow children acquire language. So the interactionists and the behaviorists, of course, they have a similar perspective and they support the empirists empirist perspective. Most of us have come across B.F. Skinner. You met B.F. Skinner when you are learning the types of learning, when you are being taken through different types of learning. B.F. Skinner suggests that language is learned through operant conditioning, namely by imitation of the stimuli and by reinforcement of correct responses. Those of us know what most of us understand what we mean by operant conditioning and learning by conditioning. So operant conditioning is the type of learning that was discovered by B.F. Skinner, who believes in learning by exploring the environment, learning by reinforcement, a behavior being reinforced in the environment before it is mastered by the learner. So this is what he believes in. And therefore, he is also emphasizing on the interactionist perspective or interacting with the environment to be able to learn language. You cannot learn something if you have not interacted with it and you have not been motivated to learn it. That's what he says. So those of us who have come across Jean Piaget, a theorist of cognitive development, he also considers that development of language is a continuation of general cognitive development. It's a continuation of general cognitive development. I hope when we talk of Jean Piaget, most of us understand the stages that he came up with of cognitive development. All these perspectives, they are contributing positively to the perspective of language development and mostly supporting empirists' perspective or views of language development. And of course, their view is that children must be directed, must be motivated, must be given the forms of language for them to learn. You know what I mean here is that according to them, language is learned. And language is learned from the environment. That the environment has a positive influence on language development. And therefore, somebody must be the environment to give direction for the child to be able to acquire language. So in summary, that's what the empirists believe in or argue about language development. While on the other hand, the nativists, guided by or led by Noam Chomsky, believe that language can be learned even without interacting with the people in the environment. So what are the factors that influence language development? Of course, we have biological factors or biological preconditions. When you talk of biological factors, we have been talking about inheritable characteristics that influence language development. Then we have gender differences. It is believed or research has been done and confirmed that gender differences can influence language development. So when we talk of gender, we are referring to males and females. I've given you these notes in your notes in the e-learning portal. It has explained, this research has explained how based or how gender differences can influence language development. I've already mentioned the environment through the empirists and the interactionists and behaviorists. Of course, B.F. Skinner is a behavioral theorist. They believe that language development can be influenced by the environment. The language input from the environment can influence the child's language development. Speech is normally directed by parents or adults, caregivers, then can positively influence the child to learn the language. So the environment has an influence on that. We also have cultural factors. Cultural factors, different cultures socialize different children differently, or they teach children language differently. So cultural factors, socioeconomic factors can also influence language development. So there are some factors, there are some cultures where children are influenced in their language acquisition by teaching them words and repeating the words, repetitive words. While other cultures, children are left to learn language on their own. Then we have bilingualism. Bilingualism is also another factor. I think bilingualism is also another factor that influences language development. This is a situation where children learn more than one language at the same time. When they learn more than one language at the same time, they can be influenced to learn one language faster as compared to the other language, and therefore being a factor that influences language development. So apart from the factors that influence language development, we have components of language development. I'll just give you the summary of the components. There are four main components of language development. Phonology, which involves the rules about the structure and sequence of speech sounds. It involves the rules about a structure and sequence of speech sounds. So the rules that govern language. Then semantics consists of vocabulary and how concepts are expressed through words. That is semantics. Then grammar, of course, semantics involves grammar, syntax, morphology, and so on. So when we talk of the syntax, the first syntax is the rules in which words are arranged into sentences. For example, we have one word sentence, two word sentences, three word sentences, then one full sentence, and how these sentences are created in a sequence. Then the second is morphology, where we focus on the use of grammatical markers indicating tenses, active tenses, passive tenses, and so on. So that's about semantics. Then pragmatics. Pragmatics involves the rules of appropriate and effective communication. Pragmatics therefore involve three skills. It involves using language for greetings, demanding, etc. Changing language for talking differently, depending on who it is depending on who it is you are talking to. For example, if you are talking to the young, you'll use different pragmatics. When you are talking to the old age group or peers, you use different language. Changing language depending on the people you are talking to, or depending on the people who are listening to you. So Following rules such as turn talking or turn taking, staying on topic, and so on. So each component has its own appropriate developmental periods. Each component has its own appropriate developmental periods. That is, we have the phonology, semantics, grammar, and pragmatics. So phonological development, I think this you can read on your own. I've now given the details on after how children learn language from every stage, from the infancy stage up to the last stage. So this information I will leave for you. You will download from your e-learning portal and read it on your own. But what is very important for us to know is that we have four components of language development where children learn language depending on the rules, structure, and sequence of words. They learn language or learn vocabularies, new vocabularies, how to express these vocabularies through different words. I've given you an example of one word, two words, and so on. You'll find that children start learning language through babbling, from babbling to one word of maybe use of vowels, alphabets, and so on. Then grammar comes in, where you are now forming language or speaking based on rules or syntax. Of course, this emphasizes on tenses, active sentences, passive sentences, present, future tenses, and so on. Then lastly, we look at pragmatics, where we are looking at appropriate and effective communication, depending on who you are talking to, where you are addressing the people, and exactly the topics you are covering in your communication. Of course, this one takes place at an advanced stage of development, while the first ones take place in the early stages of development. So that's what I've just explained here. From babbling, maybe to consonant, vowel combinations, babies start learning language and start communicating their needs by use of sounds and so on. So I've just explained in these uh, notes that I've given you. I've just done further explanation on that. So it's something you can read on your own, or you can discuss in your groups. Discuss in your groups. So what I also want us to understand on language development is issues to do with maybe language problems, language disorders, and so on. There are times when children don't just develop language smoothly. There are cases where children have some abnormalities or have some special needs when it comes to language development. So in this case, it's important for a teacher also to discover or identify their children in their classes who might have not smoothly developed in their language or speech. Of course, this poor development or problems in language development might lead to some language problems, which might also interfere with the learning. So a language disorder is an impairment, or is the impaired comprehension or use of spoken, written, or other simple systems. So these may involve problems in the following areas. I've listed them: the form of language, that is phonology, morphology, and syntax. The content, it might also have a problem in content. Of course, we have said semantics deals with the rules. Then the functioning of language in communication, that is in pragmatics. So language disorders and conditions which can cause language development problems are many, including the ones that I've listed here: attention deficit, auditory processing disorder, autism, developmental or verbal dysprasia, language delay, otitis, all these we shall discuss when we shall be looking at exceptional development. But I've just wanted you to know that language development can also have a language disorder, or can have language problems which you might have in your classes. So we cannot assume. It's important for us to note that sometimes when children are developing language, they might also develop some difficulties in communication. And these difficulties have been categorized in different uh, disorders, which, if identified in class, you can be able to know how to handle them as a teacher. I think I'll discuss this in detail when I'll be looking at exceptional development. Now, when you talk of language skills, these are different skills defined as abilities to write, read, listen, or speak. When you talk of language development, this is a process where children develop language skills that helps them to communicate either in writing, in listening, in talking, or maybe through reading. And remember, we have said communication can be done verbally or non-verbally. So what is the purpose of communication? Communication is normally done to convey a message, to convey a message. You can convey a message in different forms. For example, in writing, in talking verbally, or you can give a feedback through a writing or through a talking. So language enhances critical thinking skills and problem solving skills. It promotes mental health, hence, these skills are highly regarded in both academic achievement and active societal engagement. Now, why are language skills essential for learners? Why do you think language skills are essential for learners? I want you to discuss that in your groups. Discuss that question in your groups. Why language skills are essential for learners? So briefly, I've just said language skills are essential for learners or for students because they enhance communication skills. Language skills play an effective role in communication. I think I've already explained. It enables the learners to convey their thoughts. It enables them to convey their thoughts, ideas, and feelings clearly and confidently. And this allows for clarification and helps both academically and socially. So language also enhances vocabulary. It enhances vocabulary. Language skills help the learners develop vocabulary and reading comprehension. They help them to develop vocabularies and reading comprehension. By language abilities, Students can enhance their learning experience both orally and written. So the benefits of reading for students: enhanced vocabulary helps students to express their thoughts. I think these are repetition of what I've already explained. So it also promotes cultural learnings. Remember, we said cultural factors, culture plays a role in language development. So through language skills, it promotes language, it promotes culture. Language skills promote cultural norms and diversity among students. It promotes cultural norms and diversity among students. So language skills among students also help in understanding the concepts of global diversity and encourage social harmony among the learners. Then number 3, it also leads to student empowerment. It language development or language skills lead to student empowerment. Language skills allow students empowerment. Students from different cultures and regions can effectively raise their voices and encourage collective actions towards a better society. It therefore promotes equity among students and promotes positive attitudes among pupils. Then lastly, it leads to career success. It leads to career success. So in most jobs, language skills are very important, are very essential. Before you are given any job, you are taken through a communication test or language skills test. And this one now helps one in attaining a career or even career development. Then the importance of language skills is just a way of repetition, improves cognitive development, it enhances learning empowerment, as I've already said, improves language productivity, cultural awareness, critical thinking skills, enhances communication skills, and educational achievement. So this is why it's important for us to have knowledge on language development. It's important for us to know when a child has developed language successfully or not. We can also uh, be able to understand why learners should communicate effectively, and if they have a problem in their communication, we can see how best we can help them improve. This is briefly what I wanted us to share on language development. I know we are tired, but it's important for us to note that without language, without communication, we cannot teach. As a teacher, it's good to boost our communication skills, to boost our writing skills, so that we can effectively pass our ideas, our thoughts to our learners. Through communication, through language, I'm sorry, through language, we can be able to pass information to our learners, and we can enable them to acquire better communication skills from us in order for us to meet our objectives. Above all, it's important for us to know that sometimes language development might not be so smooth. Therefore, we expect individual differences in our classes. We expect to deal with children who are gifted in communication skills, while others have challenges. So it's upon us to be able to identify them and see how we can assist them in our classes. So thank you so much. That one now brings us to the end of today's interactions. So make sure, I want to emphasize that make sure you attempt the CAT. Our CAT is from 5 to 6. Make sure we do that CAT today. Then we shall have our second CAT after next week. We shall have our second CAT after next week. Before we close, we will have done our second CAT. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
And I hope everybody would now settle down and forget about alternative arrangements for Uganda. There will be no alternative arrangements for Uganda for a long time to come. I think it would be just, it would save a lot of effort if people could settle down and work with the national resistance movement and we build the country. If you have got illusions in your head, that's your own business. This revolution is irreversible. You cannot reverse it.
you.